Is it me? Is it me? Hello, everybody, and welcome to Temple of the Nine Masters. It is our Oops All Monks one shot on the Fablemancers channel on Twitch. In collaboration with Another World Tabletop, I was very graciously invited to run an Oops All Monks one shot. I am your host and Dungeon Master of the evening, Alain Williams. Let's get into it. Before we start our game, just want to say that though we are playing characters in worlds of fantasy, whimsy, and imagination, we as players are coming to you live from the traditional territories of the Musqueam people and many others. And we recognize the privilege it is to work, play, and create on these beautiful lands. Please go to native-land.ca to learn more about the lands that you inhabit. The game that we are about to play, even though Wu-Tang is historically for the children, the game that we are about to play is not. It is adult in nature and will definitely contain depictions of violence, adult language, and martial arts action. Additionally, while we are going to avoid direct depictions of this, there may also be allusions to mental abuse and trauma by those in positions of power. These will not be used directly against any of the player characters that we have here this evening. That being said, if you need to step back from the game at any time, be you a player or a viewer out there on Twitch, please feel free to do so until you are comfortable. Lastly, as this is an all-monk character game, it has been written and planned to be a most sincere love letter to kung fu, karate, and many other forms of martial arts cinema the world over. That being said, monks as a class in Dungeons and Dragons, both historically and to this day in 5e, is the only 5e class that is inherently racialized and culturalized as Asian in its core presentation. While we ourselves may not be presenting characters that are directly coded as Asian, it is still our responsibility to use these cultural elements responsibly and with great care. We will not dehumanize, depersonalize, or caricature any real-world cultures or peoples in our presentation of our characters. For those of you out there who would like to learn more about how to do this, or even just to learn more about cultural sensitivity in the tabletop RPG space, I personally recommend looking up the works of culture consultants such as James Mendez Hodes, Daniel Kwan of the Asians Represent podcast, two of whom are my faves, and actually a friend of the channel and one of our guest players here tonight, Leona Maple, also works brilliantly in the field So I recommend looking up her work as well. Please do your best, do your damnedest to decolonize the stories that you tell. Speaking of our players, let us introduce them, or shall I say, have them introduce themselves. And we will start with Leona.
Oh golly, it's me, and I'm up first. Hello, my name is Leona. You can find me all over the internet at the Leona Maple, and I think that's all I can tell you at this point in time. So yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. And next, Sean.
Hi, my name is Sean O'Hara. I am the GM for a podcast called Spout Lore, which you can find at spoutlore.com or at Spout Lore, most places.
Amazing.
Thank you for having me. This is exciting.
Huge fan. And by fan, I mean we've been friends for too long.
A decade,
we haven't played a game in a long time, and I'm excited to play with you here and now. Next, Storydad.
Hi everybody. I'm back. I'm Storydad. I am the DM and producer for Another World. We run TTRPGs and make actual play content all over the web. You can find us at Another World Tabletop pretty much on any social media you can find. Come check us out Wednesday through Friday. That's about it.
Amazing. And last but certainly not least, Lane.
Hi, I'm Lane. I play over at Another World Tabletop as well. I'm one of the players there, and I always excited to do more. I'm super excited to be here today. I love me a good martial arts film, and I love the art itself, and I'm really excited to jump right in today. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. And as I said at the top, I am Alain Williams, your dungeon master. What else can I say that you won't hear me ramble on about in countless other places? I am a player of tabletop RPGs for Quest Keep. I am a very good friend of the channel Fablemancers. I am a stand-up comic in the Vancouver area. That doesn't matter and won't.
Don't
say that. Yes, it does.
I don't mean it doesn't matter in my life. I just mean for the people who are here now. I'm not gonna start doing a tight five. Is what I'm saying.
Do we have time? We don't
have time.
We can bump someone.
Checking the clock. Definitely don't have time. So without further ado, let us begin our feature presentation. Sam, hit the thing.
The new movie sensation that's stunning the world. The martial arts masterpiece. Sights and sounds like never before. Cheer the young warrior who alone takes on the evil warlords of martial arts. See one incredible onslaught after the other. Come prepared for the thrill of a lifetime.
I want you to pay a visit to the Xiangwu School of Defense.
Who do you want us to kill?
Just you concentrate on the leaders. The others won't give us any trouble.
See acts of incredible savagery. Incredibly deadly. Unbelievably vicious. Challenged champions in a deadly sport that turned brave men into killers. This is the movie that breaks through to a new dimension in film excitement as Kelly takes on the underworld.
I'm a master and you're going to lose this game. I've waited a long time to settle the score. Don't be too impatient. I'll see you another time. Go on. I hate punks worse than anything. And I would love to see the mob destroyed.
He has to die. We cannot let him live.
You're a Dayaku school member. I owe nothing to any school.
You beat a man, they call you tough. You beat an army, they call you the Street Fighter. Introducing the incredible Sonny Chiba. You don't know what mean is until you meet him.
Jim Brown, Fred Williamson, Jim Kelly. They do it their way.
3 the hard way. 3 cities and 3 of us.
3 the hard way.
You see, we have a scientific institution here.
They're gonna kill us all. They gotta stop it.
Action explodes all over the place when the big 3 join forces to save their race. Brown, Williamson, Kelly. Rated R.
Wow! Wow! Bravo!
And with that, we shall begin. This is
Let's go.
This is the story, or one of many stories, of a place called the Temple of the Nine Masters. It is a place that was established long ago during a most turbulent and violent time when more and more warriors sought to learn the fighting and combat arts in the name of ego and conquest and personal gain. It was during this time that an enlightened few met on a mountaintop, and in an effort to put such ambitions aside and exchange ideas in the name of peace in order to better understand the world around them, came together and formed the organization that is now known as the Nine Masters. And it is on that very mountaintop that they broke the ground for the foundation of that place. The stories that are told of the Nine Masters change in their telling, always and often. They will tell the story of the founding, exactly who was there, what styles were represented, who came, who went, who has been, who has not been at all. And this story is no different. But if you want to know more about this story, you're going to have to stay tuned. In the meantime, we are going to start at the end of a different story. This is in a small village that sits atop an abundant resorts called Tyrants Valley. A gang sought to take over this town and claim the gold and wealth for themselves. They were known as the 10 Tabaxi of Tyrants Valley. 6 of them lay on the cobblestone, unconscious and close to death, as they have now faced the 4 most recent adventuring disciples from the temple of the Nine Masters. We are going to start. Actually, I'll get everyone to roll me a d20, please.
6.
8.
Okay, sorry. Let's say 20 to 15. Awesome.
Sorry, I was 14, not 15. I should never say.
Okay, all right, cool.
I don't know how numbers work.
All right, cool. 14 to 10.
3.
Okay, so we will start with Leona. Please, you are currently facing down one of the 4 remaining 10 Tabaxi of Tyrants Valley. Describe who you are and the strike that you land that knocks this tyrant out.
Well, my name is Kavita. I have tried many things in my life, but unfortunately, I've mastered very few of them. That's why I'm trying to be a monk now. But you see, I'm also a College of Eloquence bard, so when I fight people, it's with my words. Because you see, the pen is mightier than the sword, and in my case, my tongue is mightier than both. So, what can I say? I'm pretty sure this Tabaxi has his hackles out because I've just been casting vicious mockery a lot. I've just been calling him names. I've just been making fun of him. Obviously, I have my stances involved in this too, you see, because I have learned that the art of being a good monk is having the right mindset. You see, the guy who told me that I should become a bard, or a monk, was tired of hearing my voice. And he was like, you should try becoming a monk. Maybe the silence will help. And it did. You see, because you have to really focus. You have to really focus in order to land the perfect blow. And that is what I am doing. I am currently tormenting this Tabaxi with vicious mockery. And I think the blow that knocks him out is something along the lines of silvery barbs, Tasha's hideous laughter. So one of those things, you know. But it's just like little zinger, little zinger, little zinger, big slap.
Amazing. I don't. It's hard to describe a martial art that uses anything other than physical prowess, be it strength or dexterity or what have you. But you are the epitome of demonstrating how you can defeat someone just by attacking their ego, just by attacking their own sense of self, their own sense of who they are. This tabaxi wearing nothing but a shirt, or rather a vest with like dark leather pants, a tiger striped, large, strong, is cowering on his knees, and he's not sure whether to cry or laugh. The two massive tiger head axes that he was going to undo your person with have clattered on the ground in front of him, and his face is in his paws. You would 100% consider this a defeat, or rather a victory, for yourself. And don't let anyone ever tell you to keep your mouth shut again.
Darn right.
Okay. Who rolled next? Where we at? 10 to.
Lane got it.
Okay. Lane, as you face one of the three tabaxi tyrants left, could you describe your character and tell us how you defeat them?
Yes, Dashik stands just a hair over 6.5 feet tall. He wears a very plain gi, although he does have like some interestingly colored like green and blue furs at the bottom, like of his pant cuffs. They seem to come from animals very distant and strange. He has a scar that kind of sears through his skin. It almost looks like a burn mark around his eye, but a faint gold light bleeds through from the inside. He has a softly glowing yellow eyes and long blonde hair, shaved at the sides, but the rest is tied into a tight knot at the back of his head. And as one of the remaining tabaxi flees from him, he knows that he is marked. So he waits until he feels the energy stop moving, and then he just melts into a pool of gold light and reforms behind him, and just succinctly lands an elbow to like the nape of the neck, and he just crumples.
Amazing. The light that you strike him with, like, seems to penetrate his core being. If this ruffian had any sense or idea of how his own body worked, he would know that this light was traveling down the concourse lines of his nervous system, and then further in still into his very soul. There is a burst of light from his mouth and eyes that lasts an instant, and then he to his knees, and then as smoke comes from his head. I just want to say, I'm already having the best time. This is
electric.
This is why we do it. Okay. And next up, I believe, was Storydad.
Absolutely. I'm Bush Kenny. All muscles, well fed. Came to the Temple of the Nine Masters a hungry boy, and I've left a disciplined man. I've been going on my trials of like mental discipline and my journeys to learn as many of the sort of other martial arts styles that I possibly can, and it's all culminated into becoming a master of the open palm. And so I use and I use that technique for just usually an intense just a rapport of blows slapping into my opponents, just deconstructing them through just martial prowess. And I would like to imagine that Bush Kenny is fighting alongside Mike, the dwarven character, and that we've sort of gone like, and we've done like a back-to-back sort of situation, and that like we're sort of dancing around one another in like this sort of ballet of martial prowess, like flipping over one another's backs and like flurries of elbows into the other opponents. And then just to finish off the last one, I'll throw a couple of sort of disarming abdomen strikes to one opponent, and then as one of the tabaxi, throw a chakram going directly to the back of my head. No look, catch it, throw it back, and then it just strikes into the base of the tabaxi, and they fall back dead.
Splendid, amazing.
Crazy.
And as this beautifully choreographed work of martial arts reaches its end with one of the villains left. Sean, could you describe your character, please?
Yeah, so I'm Mike Darkforge Jr., Sergeant, retired. Mike is about 4'6". He recently went through a pretty rough divorce. His wife, Helga, left him. And at the behest of his therapist, to manage his anger issues, it was recommended he seek out the Temple of the Nine Masters, where he became an adherent of the Barley Hills Brewer Fist style, underneath Master Leroy Honeymead. And Mike fights like a hockey dad that's seconds away from being ejected from the arena. So the last tabaxi in front of him, after this beautiful ballet, where Bush Kenny is showing off the most perfect representation of the style that the masters have cultivated, Mike is just full-on whipping a metal stein right into the face of the remaining tabaxi. And he goes, "All right, buddy, I'm going to beat your ass." And he just grabs him by the front of his shirt, pulls him down, and lays him out.
Amazing. And as that, like, as your fist goes in and just boom, hits the cheek, your fist goes a little bit farther than their head and the jaw. Oh,
yeah.
And as spittle and a fanged tooth or two, boom, boom. And that is the last of the 10 tabaxi of Tyrant Valley defeated. And it is at that point in you telling the story that your stein hits the table, slams down, whack, as you're putting extra emphasis on telling the story to the Leona at the bottom of the mountain. You are all of you in a small cottage, the last building that one comes to on the path to the Temple of the Nine Masters, as you are all heading home. You are all returning disciples, returning pilgrims, if you will, if you want to be formal about it. But all of you are, all of you know that it is incredibly important to make this stop, that you need to go in and see her. It is just good, a respectful part of this path. Many of you who came to the Temple of the Nine Masters for the first time were ushered up the first path by the Leona herself. She is an elderly human woman with streaks of white hair, but one black whisker coming out of her chin. And as she kind of like pays attention to each of you, she says, "Aha, yes, I see. And what then? What did you do in the village then, after you defeated the 10 Tabaxi?"
Well, you know, we're more of the action types, the after action. We kind of leave that up to the villagers.
We
guys
went home. We were going to return to the temple to report to the masters that we defeated a great evil.
Right.
We told the villagers, and she's like plucking strings on her lyre. She's like, we told the villagers to do whatever they wanted with them.
And we had lunch.
We had lunch. That's what I was forgetting.
It was delicious.
It was great.
What did you have for lunch?
I had a banh mi.
Uh-huh.
I had some very delicious pork balls on a stick. It was wonderful.
Ramen.
I had a panini.
Good stuff.
Might have been a banh mi. It might have just been on the grill too long, but it was pretty good.
I see.
Tasty.
You crossed rivers and mountains and valleys, even took a jaunt into the realm of the Fae, all to defeat 10 Tabaxi and then eat lunch.
I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds even cooler than it was. You're getting it.
I saw it as a sort of testament to my craft. We traveled far in order to accomplish what may seem insignificant in the grander scope, I suppose, lunch and the tabaxi, but I feel like it was a formative journey for all of us, and that it will echo in the annals of time. I do truly believe.
And a necessary community service. Agreed.
I also have to keep my protein up. It's an important part of the the regimen that the master gives me. I do need it. So lunch was important.
You're hungry. Insulting people is a lot of work.
Oh, that's true.
Then I suppose you're all looking forward to the banquet after the ceremony this evening.
Oh, yes.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah.
I hear Chef Kaga will be making his legendary sweet cakes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
My therapist has heard a lot about those sweet cakes. I'm looking forward to them.
He doesn't make them often. Could you do me a favor when you arrive at the top of the mountain? Let one of the young disciples know to bring me one of those sweet cakes if you can.
Certainly.
It just
Of
been
course.
a long time.
Of course.
She has poured each of you a very small cup from from a slightly larger but almost equally small pot of tea.
I have a question. Are there teapots?
She reaches underneath and says that not my preferred style of things, but I know that guests do enjoy it. And she takes what looks like a cast iron ball, just slightly flattened on the bottom of it so that it sits up. And she takes her hot kettle on the clay furnace that it's on, and just pours some of the hot water on it, and it begins to dance magically with the vibrant rainbow colors. Its dull matte finish goes into a glossy sheen, and chromatic light begins to dance in the room. And then as soon as the water dries off of it, it dies away. I just like drinking tea. I don't need a light show each time, but if you must.
Thank you. And then
Oh, I thought it was pretty cool.
drink.
If you're going to make your triumphant return, you best leave now.
Very good.
Great.
You.
Thank you so much.
Are you going to take the path of masters or the path of disciples to get up the mountain?
I think it would be dishonest to our training to go on the path of the masters now. I'm not yet a master. Is that what you would suggest?
I'm not here to suggest anything.
Oh.
I have not trained at the temple a single time. I just offer a place of rest for those coming and going, and I hear the stories told. That is it.
Well, which path is faster?
That's. I think all the students at the temple think that the master's path has to be so much faster because the disciples' path takes forever.
The speed of the path is determined entirely on you.
I would like to attempt the path of the master.
Bush Kenny would also like to.
Okay.
But we're disciples.
Perhaps this is how we grow.
Oh, all right. I don't want to be traveling alone anyways.
I just want to be clear, some of us have pretty short legs. All right, nope, you guys, you're right. It's time to give it a shot.
If you ever need a lift, I'm sure I could help.
I'll think about it. All right, Longshanks, whatever you say. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you for...
Thank you.
Thank you, wise one.
And the very nice lights.
Like awkwardly kind of goes for a hug.
She puts out her arms as far as she can, which isn't very far. Her mobility is limited. But you do the rest of the work and give her a hug. Yeah. You're scared to hug her too tightly for her age and size. So a lot of the action of the hug comes in like hand pats.
Yeah, totally.
Back, just like, okay.
And like my chest is not touching her body. My arms are around her. Yeah.
Yeah. And she she's about the same height as you, as a human. And as she,
so she's younger than I am. I always make a show of that. I was always like, "Oh, you sweet young thing."
How old are you?
I see Mike as being the human equivalent of like mid to late 40s, so probably like 185.
Okay. I'll get you to roll me a history check. The DC will be 5.
Cool. History is actually one of my proficiencies. Mike's one of those guys that's like, he's one of those dads that's really into World War II. So he watches he watches all the movies. He loves them, all the plays, I guess. History. 16.
Okay. Every story you've ever heard about the Temple of the Nine Masters has included a stop-off at this woman's hut.
Okay, so never mind.
The temple itself is undetermined, but you would wager close to 1,000.
You're gonna tell me your secret one day.
Tell you this, it doesn't involve drinking.
Well, you know, we live, we die. Anyway, have a great night.
You too. As you open the door, you see the morning light. God rays dancing through the green leaves of the canopy. The end of spring and into the summer makes the small wooded area at the base of this mountain is just vibrant and alive. As you all depart, she does say something to each of you. To Bush Kenny, he says, "Take care, and in spite of what the abbess tells you, your strength may not come from your hardness."
I'll take that to heart.
Good, and may you keep it malleable and open.
Here and here.
Dashik.
Yes, ma'am.
You're the light that exists inside of you. You may one day soon find that it is the only light that you have. Do not let it burn out, but do not corrupt it either.
Thank you.
Kavita, you're very loud.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't asking for an apology.
Is it a bad thing to be loud?
It depends where you are.
Hmm.
Just be mindful to keep your ears open as well.
Got it.
There is a song being sung all around us. And before you chime in, you should hear it first.
I will listen.
Also, I'm very proud of you for what you did at Tyrant Valley. Let the people exact their own justice.
Thank you so much. I will
Take
remember.
care. And she pushed the door open and let everyone out. One of you tries to kind of help her push the door shut, but you realize it's like it won't budge. It's too heavy. And she just takes it with one hand and just ahead of you is the path to the base of the mountain.
Well, I suppose we should. Yeah. Well, actually, Bush Kenny starts doing stretches, some calisthenics. He pops out a real quick, tight 50 push-ups, and then some crunches. Just boom, 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 and then, all right, got to get the blood pumping. You ready?
Mike's filling the stein from the keg on his back. It's like, yeah, all right. You don't want to crack out another 50 before we get going?
Do you
Doshik
think we have time?
Doshik literally, like halfway through Bush Kenny's workout, just starts running.
Oh God!
Oh, man.
Kavita's just casually scrolling, like does not care about the running, does not care about the pre-workout. Is just like
It's
strumming her lute.
The chic. It's important to stretch. No.
Long strides, huge long strides.
As you arrive at the base of the mountain, there is no signage, but you know the two paths here. One of them is distinctly a path. It swoops to the right-hand side and works its way up, and dirt and laid flat stone start to give way to carved stone steps as it spirals and coils around the mountain and all the way up. This is the path of masters. The path of disciples, you know all too well. And I'll let you choose how you feel about it, but you know it off by heart. It is a sheer climb up the face of the mountain with the occasional plateau on which to stop.
Oh. Flip a coin.
Do you think that the masters would be upset if we took the path of masters? Because
are we sure we count as masters?
No, absolutely not.
I'm certainly not.
Well, then it feels kind of weird to take that path.
Dashik is going to sit while you all discuss, and he's going to meditate. And he's just going to weigh the pros and the cons for like a minute as you guys talk, and just seems to be waiting.
But why would the Nona? Why would she suggest we even take the path if it was not for us to take?
It's a good point. Maybe she knows something we don't know.
She definitely does. She's so much older.
Do you think she's testing us?
Oh, like testing us like we should do the test of the Master's Path, or testing us to see if we take the Master's Path?
Is she testing us for hubris or challenge?
Or both.
Or both.
I hate puzzles.
Me too.
I haven't done cardio in a while, he says, his eyes gently drifting over to the Master's Path.
Well.
Let's just do it. Let's just do the Disciples' Path.
Dashik stands and starts down the Master's Path.
I think that's the choice.
He always does the opposite of what I say.
No, I just think it's time. And then that's the only explanation he gives before he continues to walk.
Well, well, it seems like we're going that way.
Also, he'll get there first if we go. So we gotta go. We are
go.
gonna get there at the same time.
I think, regardless of where we choose to go, that our tutelage has been hallmarked by mistakes and by trials, and I think that the Dashik may be right. I'm ready to face whatever punishment they lay upon us should this be the wrong choice, and I'm ready. I'm ready.
Well, good, because Dashik's running again.
What?
This is a dog. This is a dog.
That's a jog.
His legs are just really long. Yeah.
That's a light jog for you.
So it sounds like some of you or all of you have decided to go up the path of masters.
I think we're all going.
I feel like we just got to get there at the same time, anyways. It'd be weird if a bunch of us showed up early. I guess.
Mike's really about being like on time.
He's yeah, dude. He's a middle-aged man. He hates being late. We should have been on the road 45 minutes ago.
He's got he can't miss visitation. He's got he's
got a kid. He gets his kid this weekend, and he's not wasted any time.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
These are crucial years, crucial bonding years.
I'm gonna start hoofing. Yeah, up the path of the masters.
Okay. So all of you make your way up the path of masters. What are you expecting here?
Hardship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Bush Kenny is fully expecting not physical trial, in particular, the way that the path of the disciples gives you, where it's just it's a hard climb. You need to physically test yourself. There's going to be something complex mentally that we need to accomplish going up here instead of just physically.
Yeah, I think Kavita is not sure what to expect. She's like, it could either be an easy path or it could be a different type of challenge.
Okay. What you get is a really pleasant hike. There are some times where it gets a little bit steep because they had to carve the steps of the mountain a bit steeper to get up. But this isn't a hike that even an able-bodied elder couldn't do. This is a really pleasant and enjoyable hike. I will get everyone to roll me a perception check as you go along.
7.
Mm-hmm.
9. Perception. 22.
Okay. 22?
22.
24? Okay. Sean, sorry?
That was 9.
9? Okay.
Tight 9.
Okay, cool. Anyone 18 and over, that sounds like I'm about to say something terrible when I say that.
Oh no! Oh no!
No. Anyone who got 18 or over, you find yourself kind of getting lost in the space. You find yourself kind of getting lost in the nature around you, as the sound of wind rustling in leaves begins to give way to the sound of wind coursing over the mountains. The last kind of tall foliage that you encounter up the mountain, which is about halfway up. Dashik, you step ahead and you see that like there's a bit of like vines and twigs and smaller trees that kind of give way to a more open path. That kind of it's still the same path, but it's much more open, fewer trees, and that's kind of around a little corner. And as you turn that corner, those twigs and vines begin just to like, as your perception of it shifts as you turn the corner, it shifts, and you realize that those twigs and vines are in a perfect shape, a perfect human shape, relatively tall. And as you step towards it, you realize that it fits your body perfectly.
I guess I have to go touch it. That's what you do, right?
Okay, you go and you touch it, and it is just twigs and vines, almost as if to respond to your interaction. Just
I don't sense any malicious intent from it, do I?
interesting. Roll me either an insight or in nature, please.
So that is my insight. Oh yeah, so that's a 26.
Okay. You do not. It is. You're not sure how it feels about you, but you know it's not out to get you, or what it is.
I offer it a slight bow and continue on my path.
Okay. You, in order to continue on your path, you step through this silhouette in the trees that perfectly fits you. And the bow that you gave it, you feel like a warmth in your heart as you bow to it, almost as if you're being respected. And as you step through it, I will get you to make a wisdom check, please, and hold that in the number, because Kavita, as you bend the corner, you see Dashik bend to some plants and then keep walking along, and you're like, okay, sure. But as you turned the same corner he turned, you see the same thing. The trees have kind of, not intentionally, but like just maybe happenstantially, formed the shape of a human body. And in order to walk through it, you have to pass through this shape. But it perfectly fits you.
Oh, right down to the pointy ears and everything.
Right down to the pointy ears and everything.
Well, golly, how did that happen? That's really weird. And she's like getting all close, and she's getting all curious about it, and she's just admiring it, because she's just like not sure what to make of it.
It just
slight rustling in the breeze.
hey, that's how we do.
Huh. Well, it seems very nice. It seems very pleasant. I wonder if there is something nice that I can do for it. And I'm thinking very hard as I try to like scramble through what I have to offer this potentially. I will, if I can use prestidigitation, I will create a harmless sensory effect, and I think it will just be some musical notes. Plants like music.
Okay. What kind of notes? What kind of sound are we operating with here?
I think she's, well, she has her lyre, but she doesn't have flutes on her, so I think she's looking for like a bird flute type noise. So it kind of sounds more like nature, like a little like, you know, like something kind of musical, and then she can like kind of like accompany it on the lyre, and it's just kind of something kind of pleasant, just to see what happens.
Okay. Excellent. You can, and you feel like a pleasantness inside of yourself, and you're not sure if that's because you're pleased with yourself or if this is some kind of feedback between you interacting with this entity.
That was, regardless, a lovely moment, a lovely pause. I think she'll just kind of like take in the moment for one more second, and then she'll pass through.
Okay. As she passes through, I will get you to make a wisdom check for me, please.
All right. Is it a wisdom check or save? Sorry.
Check. Check, Mike. 1 2 1 2. Dashik. What did you roll?
I rolled a 14.
Okay. And Kavita, what did you roll?
A 10.
Okay. So, you step through, and as your shape perfectly aligns with this cutout, you feel in alignment with nature. You feel in alignment with your place in this space. For a second, you feel like you're like really, really close to having like a really good idea, like you're about to solve a puzzle that you didn't know you were trying to. And just as you're about to grasp hold of it, it slips away. It's gone. But otherwise, pleasant. And you continue up and along the path of masters, the four of you. It doesn't take terribly long to get to the top of the mountain. It's not the tallest mountain in the mountain range. That's not why the masters picked it. They don't need to, or they didn't back then, need to compensate for anything in that way. They just picked a good mountain and went, okay, here. And it is as you arrive at the top that you begin to see the pillars and windows of the bottom floors that are carved into the mountain itself. And then further along that you begin to see the gate and walls of the mountain, of the temple. And as you pass through these open gates, you begin to see the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar faces of the many, many students of this place. Fellow disciples that are either slightly younger than you, or slightly like below you in their study and rank, regardless of their age, and then some new faces that you hadn't seen that may have arrived in your absence, and that is when you begin to see the different buildings, because the Temple of the Nine Masters, as its name suggests, is partitioned into 9 schools of study. hall of the silver needle is where you see the weapons masters studying under Master Silver Needle, practicing their many various forms of sword and spear and dagger, archery, anything that demands that you hold an instrument to extend yourself in a mode of self-expression. Even in an open hall, you see rows of students sat down holding quill-like sticks, practicing brushwork, be it on parchment or in sand, in boxes of sand. And you see that the same work that they put into the wrist of their brushwork and calligraphy is mirrored in the wielding of their weapons in the courtyard. You pass by a completely windowless building. You know that this is the hall of the shadow disciples, led by Shadow Master number 1. Each of you has probably only been in there one time, and it was really dark.
Yeah, they didn't like me in there. I was too bright.
It was a bummer. Yes.
I mean, like, I don't have a problem with got a problem with the dark, but it's just creepy. Just a creepy guy.
You see a kind of like a mound that you would have to kind of walk up, like a large stone mound, and at the top of it is a large kind of like plateau kind of stage area, and the most prominent kind of thing on this stage is what looks like in a large item of artifice, and you would know this to be a star finder, like a telescope. This is the training area of the Prince of Pilgrims, the master of the astral self, whose line of study is in observing the cosmos and forging one's spirit into ways that allow them to mirror shapes and patterns that they find in the cosmos themselves, pushing their spirit beyond the bounds of their body, and striking very interesting, if not even alien, poses and art forms and styles. And then you come to the halls that you do know, the halls that each of you has trained in for years of your life now. There's a healer's hall where Master Egot, Master of the 100 Palms, and the disciple of ghosts, trained you in the way of mercy. There is the radiant hall next to that, where Master Radiant Phoenix Giant teaches all of the disciples of the Sun Soul how to project one's will and spirit and intent into burning light that would cast away the shadows of evil. It's, you know, that structurally in the Temple of the Nine Masters, it's polar the farthest away from the Hall of Shadow.
Oh.
There is what looks like a large building that is loud right now. It is bustling right now, as it is the joint operation of the kitchen and mess hall, led by Four Elements monk Chef Karga, who is a very tall, incredibly stacked orc. And you don't hear what he's saying, but you hear the cadence of his voice absolutely laying into his disciples to get the preparation done for tonight's banquet and ceremony. You don't hear his words, but you hear all of his disciples in unison say, "Yes, chef!"
Yes, chef. Very good, chef.
Yes, chef. Very good, chef.
Very
Heard.
good, chef.
Heard.
Heard, chef. Yeah. I shouldn't
Behind.
be so loud.
Behind.
I am in my apartment.
They're just gonna think you're watching The Bear. It's all good.
Yeah. I have a lot of tabs open.
Behind.
Behind sharp.
Corner.
Hot.
Corner.
Hot.
Hot.
Knife. I hate kitchens, dude. I worked in a kitchen for 8 months. I hated it.
12 years.
Yeah,
okay. So, and then attached to that is a brewing hall. The hall of Lyral Honeymead, the Barley Hills brewmaster. You hear the clanging of bottles and what are those the big things where they make the things out of the things where they brew beer, the big
Legs?
Oh yeah, like a still.
Yes, a still.
Yeah.
As people are working diligently to make sure that the night's festivities are well lubricated, and then last at the apex of this circular court, you see the Abbot's Hall, which is currently occupied by the former master of the Way of the Open Hand and now abbot of the Temple of the Nine Masters, Iron Abbess in a Sol, that is INISOL, who is a very grim and stern looking tiefling person who wears the adornments of their station, which is robes woven with silks of blue cobalt and as well as a thread of silver and iron. But she keeps her arms bare so that you can see all of the scars that she is born from a lifelong lived. That you can see that even though she's in her early 70s, she can still handle it. And it is her that you first meet standing at the foot of her hall, and she steps ahead to the four of you and says, "You've returned. Right on time. Excellent. How was your journey?"
It was insightful and exciting.
Productive. It was very productive. We traveled long and far, and then we, upon arriving, took down the threat, and we left the village to their own devices for the aftermath, so to speak.
Right. There will be plenty of time to explain the details of your pilgrimage at the banquet, but first we must prepare for the ceremony of returning. Buck, your master, they look at you and with eyes of stone as they kind of look you up and down.
Is something amiss, Master?
No, you've done good work, it seems. You haven't let yourself go at all. As she shoots a glance over to Mike,
who's like chin deep in his stein. It's nice to see you again, Evis.
Mm-hmm. Well, before you tell the other students and masters of your journey, it is important that each of you demonstrates what you have learned in the way of skill, how far you have come in your studies on your path to self-improvement. You may each meet with your respective masters and rest for a short time, and then we will begin. After that, we will have the banquet. I hear Chef Karga is bringing out his famed sweet cakes this year.
Oh, that reminds me. And Dashik is very unsanctimoniously just gonna walk away over to one of the newer students and goes, Chef Kaga sweet cakes, when they are presented, you must bring them, one of them, to the base of the mountain.
And then do what?
Give it to Nona.
Oh, okay. Shall I let the chef know now? And this disciple, as she says that, is terrified at the prospect of having to talk to Chef Karga right now.
No, just grab one when they come out.
No, that is wrong. Do not listen. That is immoral.
He always does the opposite of the thing that I say. This is what I'm telling everybody.
I think
it's
it
true.
Would be good for you to ask. Be strong.
Ask the master chef.
Yes.
Okay. And she continues to just say, okay,
No.
as she walks away towards the kitchen hall.
Perhaps I have gone too far.
Way to go, Dashik. You just got that kid killed.
No, it'll build integrity. It'll be all right.
I would rather perform the rite of initiation 10 times than interrupt Chef Kaga during service.
She learns a valuable lesson today.
It's just there's a lot of knives in there. I just want that to be clear. A lot of knives in that room.
I hope Nona enjoys sweet cakes soaked in the blood of the youth.
Do you think that's her secret?
It might be now.
And with that, you are each allowed to do as you will. The abbess suggests that you go and speak to your masters each, but until the ceremony happens, you are each kind of allowed to explore. What would each of you like to do here?
I will go and I'm going to spar. I have to stay sharp. That's the open hand all day, every day. I need to stay sharp, constant vigilance. I'm going to approach the abbess, and I'm going to be finding out where is training taking place now. I would like to join.
You would like to join and train?
Yes.
You will come and speak with me in my hall.
Of course.
And with that, with your sandaled feet, you follow her cloven hoof into her hall. Let's see here. Kavita, what do you do?
Well, I think I should find my master first. That seems kind of important to check in with them. So that's probably my game plan. And then from there, probably maybe some practicing, some rehearsal. But first, my master, because my master might have some useful insights about what to do.
Okay. Excellent. So you go towards your hall, towards the Hall of Healing, and from it you hear a very pleasant song being played on a harp, and that's what you hear as you are about to enter. Next, Dashik.
Dashik will certainly seek out his master in the Radiant.
Okay. You follow along with Kavita, kind of along the same path as your halls are side by side. With a gentle nod, you kind of bid her farewell and go to your hall. Where you see there is no door in this hall. It's made of pillars with resting layers kind of over it that allows as much light to get in or out as possible of this hall.
Dashik just lazily drags his hand on the pillar as he walks through.
Awesome. It is carved into with ruins of celestial, many of which actually, what languages do you speak?
Dashik speaks Common, Celestial, Sylvan, and Abyssal.
Okay. So a lot of these pillars are proclamations of the intent of this style of martial arts. It's to shine brightly no matter where you go. But it's also, there's something lost in the translation of that. So it's the way in which it's those sentences are structured that you know that it's not just about being bright and being a beacon or literal light. It's also about being the best, like no one ever was. To catch them is your real time. Oh, okay.
It's true.
And to train them
is your cause.
Yes.
And then lastly, Mike, where do you go?
So Mike has the keg on his back sort of slung forward, and he's dumping out the very last sips of beer into his stein. Though Barley Hill Brewerfist disciples seem like they are raucous gluttons, it's actually about finding discipline and balance in all things, and no disciple that leaves the temple during their training is gone for any longer than it takes to meet out a full keg. So he has finished the exact amount that he planned to. He drains the cup, nods to himself, and heads off to the brewery.
Poignant.
Thank you.
And with that final sip, can you give me what role would you like to make to analyze the taste of this?
Let's see. I think based on what I think about Brewerfist, it's probably medicine.
Okay. Make me a roll. You need to beat a 10.
Okay. It's not my best skill, but you know,
it's there.
It's the one that makes sense. That is a 19.
Okay. The particular brew that you had in the keg was relatively dry, and you knew that going in. But with each pour over time, it started to open up, and this time it was this last sip was quite sweet, as it had been for maybe the last few weeks' time, but there was also something different, something about the oak of the keg, or the wood of the keg, whatever wood it may be, that tasted bitter, not in a way that you were expecting, and you're not sure if that's a good thing or not. As each of you go forth to speak with your masters, we are going to cut back to the bottom of the mountain. robed figure, hunched over. The robe and cowl overhead is torn and tattered, lined with matted, dirty fur. Walking along, barely holding themselves up, with a staff made of, looks like simple cast iron, almost. The door of the cottage opens up, and Leona steps out, and she says, "You've come back. I wish I could say it was unexpected." The robed figure just glances over and says, "I have no quarrel with you. You will do what you always do. Nothing. Isn't that right?" And the elder stands in the door of her cottage, and she says, "I will observe, and I will tell the story, as is my duty here." The robed figure lets out a wry smile, and then continues on to the base of the mountain, where they then sling the cast iron staff over them on their back, and begins to, hand by hand, claw by claw, climb up the disciples' path as if it was the easiest thing they'd ever done. And with that, we're going to take a break.
Yeah, brother.
If you are here in the audience, thanks for tuning in and watching. I hope you are having a good time. Players, are we having a good time so far?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So good.
Awesome.
Good.
So good.
We are going to take a quick 10-minute human break, free up on drinks and snacks, and we will be right back. So please stay tuned for more of the Temple of the Nine Masters. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Fablemancers and Another World's Tabletops collaborative one-shot, The Temple of the Nine Masters. This is our Oops All Monks one-shot and our love letter to martial arts cinema and fantasy and stories. And just before we jump back in, I actually wanted to share something very quickly about why this particular thing is kind of like after my own heart. I had played D&D for a long time. I'll say a long time, but longer than that, I've been into like kung fu and martial arts films, because my older brother, when I was a kid, he was a teenager. We lived in Victoria, BC, and he studied a style of kung fu called Hung Fut. And as soon as I was old enough and able to, I joined that school also. So shout out to Hung Fut Kung Fu, Victoria. They've been around since, I believe, 1972 or 1974, something like that, and they are still kicking around now. I think 2024 is going to be a really, really big anniversary for them, and I'm kind of hoping to go and do something with them back on the island there. But yeah, just a really funny thing I wanted to share. I'm in my 30s now, so it'd be weird if I was still that guy that had like a bunch of like weapons and things around the house, just like hanging up and out, and like I can't get away with that anymore. But when I first moved to Vancouver, one of my fellow students from Hung Fut lived here, and he was on his way out. He was on his way to move further inland, and he had all of these kung fu weapons that he couldn't take with him. So he said, "I want you to hold on to them to keep them." I said, "Okay, thank you very, very much," and I did, and I still have them. One of them, or two of them, I guess, I referenced in the opening of this game. One of the 10 Tabaxi tyrants was wielding 2 tiger head axes. Now, before I had seen these things, I had never heard of them, and I did not know what they were. But a tiger head axe is a hand axe, unlike anything you have ever seen ever. And I'm going to show you them now, just so you know what was being brandished at you. This is easily the most absurd.
Holy shit!
That
Very
I own.
cool. Very cool.
They are meant to cleave the heads from tigers. That's all I know. There is a stabbing hilt. These are dull, obviously, for practice and demonstrations. I can't imagine that wouldn't be an edged face, and the axe themselves would also be edged. This is absurd.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love Kung Fu so much. It's very, yeah. So I just wanted to share that. If I continue to show you the things I have tucked away in a closet right now, that would be the rest of the stream, and then we'd have to go home. So we can't do that. So instead, I'm gonna pour myself my cup of tea, and we are going to continue on with our game here.
Hell yeah.
Woo. So, I will get everyone to roll me in the initiative, please.
Oh.
How do we do?
22.
Okay.
Really showing my biases in terms of game design. How do you roll initiative?
It is a D20 plus your dex.
Oh, just your dex. Okay.
Yeah, you should have an initiative counter. Right, kind of above. I don't have a character sheet open. Kind of like near your AC.
And that, of course. There it is. I found it.
Cool.
I definitely knew what my AC was before this as well.
He's a simple man who plays simpler games.
18.
18. Okay. Who's next?
I rolled a 10.
Okay.
7.
And a 7. Excellent. In perfect working order. Okay, just make sure that everyone's in order here. All right, and with that, let us jump back in with Kavita. You enter the healer's hall. Mm-hmm. The sound of a plucking harp. It gets more pronounced now, as in the not in the center of the hall, but at the head of the hall, you see a 7-foot tall albino carapist, 3 green. They are wearing ivory white robes lined with knotted cord of black. The white begins to give way into natural, like very faint, almost pastel-y pinks and turquoises. And then that fades into their back, where you can see large moth-like wings sprouting from their back carapace in a way where you're not sure where the robes end and the wings begin. They are not playing a harp, so you're not sure where this sound is coming from as it echoes through the hall. With two of their forearms, their most prominent arms, is a vibrating energy that you recognize as a healer's energy. And in the other is a vibrating energy, or rather a still energy, that you recognize as the energy of death, or the absence of energy. And that hand is still albino white, but the fingertips, the tips of their claws have started to fade into blackness.
Okay.
Like an inky pitch. On this side of the hall, you see a large statue of a three-crane monk holding their hands in a gesture of peace and openness. On the other side, you see a statue of a monk of the long death, almost desiccated, rather emaciated, sunken features on an ageless elven monk whose eyes are cast in shadow. And in the small hands of their forearms, cradled at the core, at their belly, they are holding what looks like an injured bird. And you hear in your head, telepathically, "Step forward, please."
Yes. And she will do as she is told.
How was your journey?
Illuminating. I think I learned a lot about myself along the way.
Oh, what did you learn?
Well, I have learned that my voice is powerful. And Nona said that even though I am loud, it is good to sometimes be quiet and to listen, because there is song playing about us. And I feel like I agree with that, because I learned lots of songs, and I learned lots of different words, and I learned a lot of different things.
And how did those songs and words affect those around you?
Music and words have a way of affecting the soul and the ego. Words can be used to taunt, to tame, to soothe, to hurt, to heal. a carefully placed sentence at the right moment can provide hope, and even in the darkest of despairs. And a pointed word can cut a man in half, if particularly sharpened.
You have learned a lot.
Thank you.
Words are an interesting thing, and as the master says this, or rather projects this, you also see them click vocally with their mandibles, and their antennae begin to twitch, perceiving what to you may be imperceptible. And they continue on. Words themselves are an action that can, if we're not careful, take the place of actions that we need to take. Do you know what a doula is?
Are they not someone who guides people during particular moments?
Yes, they are. Most commoners may associate them with bringing life into the world. But there are those who also practice the art of guidance as we leave this world also.
A death doula?
Yes. Egot, the master of 100 Palms and disciple of ghosts, lifts the ailing bird up and says, "This bird has an illness that no magic can cure. It is the illness of time. I can heal it and prolong its life for a short time. I can touch it with the key that unlocks the way of death, or I can do nothing at all. Which is the right one?"
Kavita kind of really like drops all of her airs and her very like chatterboxy energy. Like it all just kind of falls away from her. Like she's very quiet and still and tranquil in this moment. And she kind of she doesn't touch the bird, but she's very focused and very present in the moment. And she's really thinking about it, and she goes, "Well, time is something that will inevitably come for us all. Even elves, humans. I don't know of anyone who cannot escape time, unfortunately. Not forever. Sorry, out of character. What was the second option?
To heal it, to put it out of its misery, or to let time take its course.
Right. Checking a thing. No, that won't help me. She'll ask a follow-up question. Do you know the bird's wishes? Is that a strange question to ask?
No, it is not strange. And yes, I do.
What does the bird wish?
That is the answer.
Ah, I see.
The bird has sung many songs. And now, even now, it sings faintly. You put your ear out, but you don't hear anything from the bird. But if you listen closely, you can hear. Make me a perception check, please.
Okay. That is an 18.
Okay. With an 18, you don't hear a bird chirping or the song of a bird, but you can see the rapid raising and lowering of breath from the bird.
Right.
It yearns to hear song.
Then perhaps the most healing thing that we can do is to give it song.
Make me a performance check, please.
Yes. That is a 20. Dirty 20.
Amazing. Amazing. EGOT doesn't have vocal cords. Their telepathic speech is but suggestion in the mind. They could suggest a song in the mind, but they don't do that. Instead, what they do is they... almost like those jumping beetles that when they turn upside down, they can lock their shell and snap it until they jump back up. Their mandibles click back and then with a hard snap click and then back and then click. And that becomes a metronome for the song that you sing beautifully as you usher this creature from this world into the next in a peaceful way. When the bird is gone, EGOT gently lays it down on a piece of wood in front of it and says, I am glad you are home. I am glad you have learned a lot. I am keen to see you at the ceremony. And I don't think I need to say it, but I am most excited for the chef's sweet cakes.
Me too. What should I do at the ceremony? I'm nervous.
You will know.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike. With that bittersweet taste in your mouth, you enter into a busy brew hall, where disciples of the brewmaster and even just visiting commoners in the field who work in the field of brewery from the village below the mountain have all come to provide their expertise. Kegs, casks, bottles, gourds, everything is happening here. And in the center of it all, you see Lyro Honeymead, a halfling with mutton chops that are just like really like pronounced. They kind of like vibrate, like almost flap as he's barking orders out. He goes, "Okay, you there, make sure that those are poured. Don't get this wrong, okay? We have to get ready for the ceremony first, for the great toast of the abbot. Come, let's go. What do you do?
While Master Honeymead is giving he's holding court in the way that he often does. He's a big figure, so he doesn't even realize that Mike is approaching until Mike thumps the empty barrel down on the ground in front of him. The sound signifying that he has completed this batch.
He goes. He doesn't look back at you. He goes, "You, that doesn't go there. It goes there." Dry. 2 years. Mike. Oh, how was it? How was your trip?
It was illuminating.
Yeah. What'd you learn? What'd you have?
Well, I learned that this size of keg, is almost just too little for that kind of trip. But as you preach moderation, balance in all things, and don't let a tabaxi get behind you.
Yeah. Anything lithe and spry, don't let them get behind you.
That's a young man's game.
Anything with claws. What are we doing? What are we talking about here?
Exactly.
That's great. How did it taste?
Good. Complex. I understand. With my last drink, there's something you wanted to tell me.
Right. Well, I was actually hoping you would tell me. How did the last sip taste?
It tasted. It started off dry, as you know. The cherry wood lent it a sweetness, and then it was finished with a bitter note.
As you say that, two disciples emerge on either side of Master Honeymead, each of them holding what looks like a mug of something different, and they go, "Sir," and he just looks at it. He says, "Sorry. Hold on." And he takes them one, okay, and two, okay. Sorry, hold on here. Heart, good. Give that to the shadow table. Hope they don't take it as an insult. Let's see here. Oh wow, that is full-bodied. Airs on the side of astringent. I would recommend this to the abbess, but she only drinks wine. Give this to the sun souls. It'll stop them from shining too bright. Okay, go. Get the hells out of here. Sorry, you were saying what? Sorry.
I think I understand. If maybe I'm wrong. that any journey undertaken in learning starts off challenging. The trip becomes beautiful in its own way and is only marred by the journey's end.
Interesting. And do you think you're at your journey's end now? Is that?
Not the end, but I'm at the end of this barrel, which means the next step of the journey begins.
Right. Okay. In that case, I would normally save this for the end of the ceremony, but instead, well, we'll just get on with it now. Come with me, please. And you step over, and you see 5 humongous kegs. This area isn't as occupied. It's a bit more quiet. And he takes a little like flight cup and pours a bit from each one. And he says, taste each one. Tell me which one you think will help you on your next the next leg of your journey. This great journey that we call life or whatever.
Just Alain cracking 2 beers for a bit. It's just got 2 open beers in front of him. Next to his pu'er, his aged pu'er.
I thought that was your mouth making those like can opening noises. I was like, damn, that was real.
Yeah, those are good.
I'm flattered, and I'm not saying I'm not capable, but we don't have time. Okay, please continue on.
Yeah. Do you want me to pick one, or do you have 3?
He wants you to taste each one.
Yeah, so he tastes the first one.
You taste the first one. I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. And that is just a roll plus my wisdom, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Or you should have a wisdom saving throw stat there. It'll be on the.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's passive.
It'll be closer to the top, underneath your stats, on the right, on the left-hand side. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. 10.
Okay. You taste this, and it doesn't give you anything unique other than the taste that you would get from this world's equivalent of a pale ale.
Mm-hmm.
Although a bit flatter, not as a carbonated as what we in our day and age would understand in ale to taste like.
It moves on to the next.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
That's a natural 1.
That's a natural 1. Okay. You spit it out in your master's face immediately.
Woo! Oh.
He just kind of, okay, I'll just take that one away from you for sure.
It's
maybe you're not ready for that one yet. Sorry, hold on. He pulls like a hanky out. He's like, there you go.
Thank you, master. Moves on to the last one.
Okay. Make me either a strength or dex saving throw.
Can't believe I'm blowing all of these. Come on, Mike, get it together. There we go. 18.
Okay. You sip this, and it reminds you of every step you've ever taken, everything you've ever had to hold or carry. It reminds you that even though doing those things, walking for a long amount of time may exhaust you, or holding something for a long time may pain you, that like it tastes like the endurance of doing those things longer than you thought was possible.
This is the one, master.
Okay. He puts the cup down, and he goes over to a very ornate lacquered wood box, and he opens it, and he pulls out a pewter flask. And he just opens that, and he opens the tap of the third keg, and it begins to pour into the flask. And the flask fills, or it pours in to the point where it should be full, and then it keeps pouring in. And he says, so here's the thing I don't tell people unless they've, reached a certain point. I used to tell you stories of great broom master by the name of Master Duck Shit. He was a bit curmudgeonly, a bit on the rough side of things, but he performed great feats of adventure and helped a lot of people and drank a lot, yada yada yada. The thing I don't tell you is that guy was me. Yeah, I used to be called Grandmaster Duck Shit. I'm not proud of it, but here we are. This flask is it's still pouring in as he talks and talks and talks. And the reason why I was where I was when I was because I lost someone very close to me, or maybe it was that I had a one-night stand with. I forget. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it was. Her name was Alice, and that was the only name I could remember of the presumably many encounters like that I had on my adventures. Now, again, not proud of this era of me, okay? Slick back hair, real piece of shit. The
steaks, the moist Travanos.
Lots of sloppy steaks. I'm not proud of it.
Glass of water, nice rare cut of meat.
The thing I was looking for was connection and meaning, and I devoted my life to that eventually. And eventually I cleaned up and began to teach other people who might be down in that same state in life how to do that also, right? So I made this flask, and something happened over time, and this flask kept pouring. So I was able to reach a state where I no longer needed it, and I put it away. But the whole time, I knew it was there for someone else. And I feel like you are my most advanced student that I maybe have ever taught. You taste things that people don't taste, and you reflect on them in the way that you should reflect on each and every action. And that's why I'm giving Alice to you.
Mike takes the flask very tenderly in his rough, heavy hands.
You see in Dwarven, it says in a very bold runic font, Alice or Alice, and then underneath, in a very scratched in, informal kind of runic dwarven font, in parentheses, it says, "Who the fuck is Alice?"
Mike considers the question, who the fuck is Alice? And he knows the lesson that he has to learn. And he looks at his master and bows and says, "Did you say duck shit?"
Okay, time to go. Okay, and we're gonna cut I shouldn't have opened both, I'll be honest. So
you got 2 beers to finish, my man.
I do. It's gonna get wild. But that's okay. It's gonna be wild for y'all too. We are gonna cut now to Buck. Bush Kenny. Bush Kenny, I don't think I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Bush Kenny, you are. I need you to make a strength saving throw, please. You have to beat a 5.
13.
Okay. You are standing in horse stance. For the amount of time that has passed for the first two master one-on-one visitations, you have been standing in horse stance that whole time. Your master, Iron Abyss, is standing behind you. Their arms behind their back, just watching your form. You are handling this easily. You're not shaking. You're not in any discomfort. You've sat into the stance, and you are doing quite well. And the Iron Abyss says, "What have your endeavors been on your journey for self-improvement?"
Enlightening, Abbas. I have learned much, not just sharpening of my martial forms, and not just a maintaining of my body. I have learned how to push out distractions and become have my mind work in with my physical form, and I've found more harmony.
And what does your mind want? How has your marriage of physical and mental states informed your interaction with the world around you?
It has allowed me for the first time to become still.
Make me a strength saving throw, please. You have to beat a 10.
Nat 1.
Okay. You stand up as you kind of like the shape of the H starts to rise up into the shape of an A in your legs, and the Iron Abyss just stomps one hoof and reminds you that you need to sink back down. This is startling, and you kind of shoot back down. You might pull the muscles a bit. Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
18.
Okay, you're good. You sink back into your stance, and she says, "I'm sorry. Continue." Please.
I've become still. I've always tried to go forward. Ever since I came to the temple, it has been a place of momentum. To go to whatever the next task is, and it. For the first time, I found the presence of my peers calming, and the different ways that they see martial arts and their disciplines. I took a moment to watch and introspect and learn, and it gave me peace.
That's good. Perhaps your friends might be a greater strength than either of us know, but they won't always be there.
And so I must be a rock.
Rock. You see like a glimmer of doubt in the Iron Abyss's eyes. I'm gonna tell you a story now. It's fast, or it's as fast as I want it to be. Make another strength saving throw. You have to beat 15.
15.
Amazing. The Iron Abyss takes her hand and gestures like this, and you sink lower in your stance. She then walks to the edge of the hall and pulls out a wooden staff, a bow staff or a quarter staff, and lays it on your lap. In your horse stance, you are perfectly flat, and the staff sits on your lap and does not roll off. Hold that. Before I was the abbot here, I was the master of the House of the Open Hand. I had a student, a lot like you. I was very proud to have him because he was the first of my prized students, the first one who I thought might be able to carry on the legacy of our style even after I'm gone. He sought to be as strong as he could be. He also sought the knowledge of technique and style ceaselessly. This pursuit became an obsession. He began to go into the reliquary after sunset, when everyone else slept, and looked at manuals and techniques and poems and scrolls forbidden of one of his station. But he learned them. All of them. Even the ones that he didn't fully understand. And one technique consumed him. And because of that, it almost consumed us all. It was my greatest failure to train him and not show him why his strength matters. Why it matters to other people beyond himself. We banished him. He didn't take too kindly to that, and then we had to strike him down.
What did he try to learn? What was it?
Above his station. Make me a strength saving throw. You have to beat 17.
24.
You sink really low into your stance, and the staff rolls back into your lap. We learned what we learned, not as strength for ourselves, but strength for others. Not to project our strength outward, but to be stalwart and bastion in the face of those things that people cannot protect themselves from. You have your staff with you that I gave you, right?
Yes, Master. And it's across his back. Always.
Good. The name Way of the Open Hand is a bit of a misnomer. You know this, Bush, because when you were advanced enough, you started to learn how to wield the various weapons. Also, the first weapon that you learned was the staff, and the abbess Inasol says exactly this. He says, the first weapon that you learn in our style is the staff. To represent the cyclical nature of things, it will also be the last one that you learn. When you perform your test at the ceremony, you will demonstrate your skill with the staff.
Yes, Master.
Good. She takes the quarterstaff off of your lap.
I stand.
Yeah, she did not say stand. And we're gonna cut away to as she shoots a glare at you, and you're like, and just sink back down. And we're gonna shoot to Dashik. As you enter the Radiant Hall, everything's quiet. That is until you hear the familiar sound of burning and sparkling and crackling as radiant energy crosses your bow. Make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
16.
You definitely dodge out of the way of this.
It's just one of those like move like 2 inches back. You know?
Just and you see where it came from. You see a red robed disciple go. And he kind of like stands back and says, "I'm so sorry. We didn't see you." And as you look to where the radiant bolt was going to hit, you see a white-robed disciple who is on the receiving end of it, wearing a red bandana tied around his head, and he very stoically says, "Apologies."
You have nothing to apologize for. I should have been watching where I was going.
Yes, of course. Good to have you back.
Good to see you.
The master's expecting you.
Thank you.
And as you walk in between them, you see the one in red just kind of like smile at the one in white, and then launch into a flying flurry of kicks, the last 2 of which carry radiant energy, and they begin their training again. Shout out to Street Fighter 2. My brother, I'll never beat him. It's been 32 years. I'll never beat that man. As you advance in, you see your master, a very small gnome, but with like a very like distinct presence. Dark brown skin, white hair, and radiant, glowing eyes.
As Dashik enters the room, he approaches, goes straight to his knees, does like, you know, like a deep respectful bow before looking up.
He says, Chad says, welcome back. We're happy to have you. How was your trip?
It was stressful.
He looks at you and almost looks through you, like through your heart, and says, "The Feywild."
Yes.
How was it?
A little intimidating at first, but I felt at home there after a time.
Home is a very interesting thing, isn't it?
It is.
And what of your outbursts in such a chaotic place as the Feywild? Were you able to keep things under control?
Master, my outbursts, they have ceased in the way that I know them, but they have changed. The way when I find myself in combat now, there is no longer this deep sense of rage or unsteadiness. I feel sturdy on my feet, but I feel my opponents, they change. I watch them and I engage, and at some point I feel my weight on them. And that is new.
What do you do with this weight as it is pressed against you, as it pushes down on you?
When I came here, I pushed it away. And then I spent some time with you, Master, and I learned to let it bend me. Whereas now, the weight, I can transfer, I can shift it, I conduct it in a way I never have before.
Right, but you are going to get stronger. It will become a more powerful manipulation of those internal energies that make up all of us. It seems heavy, and as you go on, it will get heavier and heavier and heavier until you realize that it shouldn't weigh anything at all.
That is, thank you. Thank you.
Right. Are you eating? Have you eaten?
Well, I mean, I had some tea.
At the bottom of the mountain. Yeah.
Yes.
It's good tea, but I mean, you have to eat.
I could eat.
The banquet will soon come. The light in you, the light in all of us, is meant to be guiding. Keep that in mind, yes?
Of course.
Good. I hear the chef is making those sweet cakes. And he begins to step out. The morning turns into afternoon, and soon into earliest of evenings. The tables are set, getting ready for the banquet. But first, everyone is surrounding the circular platform at the center of the court of the temple of the 9 masters. The 4 of you and your respective masters are standing foremost on the side of the this encircled area, and it is the Iron Abbess that steps forward and says, "The ceremony of returning represents an opportunity for those of us who have learned what it means to represent their art form, to travel into the world and come back and show us all what the world has taught them in kind. We have done this for generations, and we do so again now with these 4 returned adventurers. They will now demonstrate to all of us why we are proud to have them represent us. We will start with Bush Kenny of the Way of the Open Hand. The Iron Abbess steps back to the edge, and Bush gives you a nod.
Bush will unlimber the staff from his back, and he is going to start doing some very basic forms, some sort of utilitarian movements with it, slowly picking up tempo, speed, precision, loud performative strikes on the ground. And it's at a certain point, he would like to stand the quarterstaff directly upright and hop atop it. One singular foot right on the top, and then crouch down, slowly, controlled, and then start going through motions at the top of the staff.
Okay. I'm going to get you to roll me. This is very interesting. It is a performance, but it's also technically your technique. Can you make me a
acrobatics, athletics, performance?
I'm gonna say acrobatics check at advantage.
At advantage, okay.
Yeah.
That is a 23.
Okay. You perform this feat deftly, as if you've at least done it more than once. As you sink down onto the tip of your staff, incredibly low, and then hop up, and with a quick spin, you land on the ground before the staff has any chance to alter its rightness or its axis, and you take hold of it and you bow, and the school claps uproariously. Yeah, the masters clap in a respectful way, but the students are cheering for that feat of skill.
Stone-faced, hard breathing.
And as you are stepping off of the platform, one voice says, "Is that all?"
I look for the voice.
Roll perception. Everyone roll perception. Even the masters are looking around.
24.
14.
12.
Oh, I think you're muted, Leona.
Oh.
25, not 20. Sorry, I was muted.
Amazing. If you rolled natural or rolled over 17, you know where the voice is coming from before anyone else, and it is coming from the end of the circled area, closest to the entrance.
So is Mike's the only one that's like,
yeah.
What was that?
What?
Why is everybody stopping?
And it's as you look, the three of you look towards that area, that the students who are being looked at are like, what? And they get out of the way of your gaze and part ways, and you see standing there a single figure, a shrouded figure wearing tattered robe and hood, carrying an iron wrought staff. Is that all you have to show for your years and years of hard work under the Iron Abyss?
Cocky and riding the high of like this performance topped by his return after a successful fight, Bush Kenny looks to this man and just, come find out. And then I hold the quarterstaff in a stance.
The shrouded figure steps forward. And when I say they walk up, I mean they walk up. They are taking their sweet time. And they say, "I assure you, I am out of your league."
Is that true?
How would you like to find out?
I would like to. I would like to like gaze. Are his eyes hidden like from his robe, or is he visible?
Eyes are hidden from the hood. You can see that they're wearing like almost what looks like tattered wraps on their arms. Their body is like really long and thin. They look frail.
Okay. I suppose
and like
that
they are using the iron staff to like walk with each step.
I
It
think
goes on the stone.
in much the same as my master, I will try and look through the infirm like nature of the staff and just focus on the gait of the step and the purpose and the tone of the voice.
Okay.
Is this a
roll
real
me-
threat? You know.
Roll me in insight check.
Okay.
Are you sorry? Are you multi-classing into anything at all?
I have multi-classed Ranger 2.
Okay. Do Rangers have access to anything like detect evil and good or anything like that?
Not that I am aware of. No.
Okay. Just check.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting question to ask.
I don't know. I'm just asking, motherfucker. Shit. I don't know what spell a Ranger has. Get the fuck off.
Specific
21.
spell to point out.
21 insight.
Okay. They are trying to hide it. The gait of their walk is feeble, and there might be something to it, based on maybe like what they've been, where they've been, the fact that they're barefoot. They don't look like they've eaten in a long time, but they are hiding that they are more than capable of handling Bush or you or any of your friends.
I just walk up behind Bush Kenny as he's like, taking his stance, and I'm just gonna rest a hand on his shoulder.
It's not what it seems.
Look back to Dashika. And I look the individual up and down, and then I look to the abbess.
The abbess, for the first time since you've known them, is wide-eyed, narrow-pupiled, shaken. And they say, "What is the meaning of this?" And it's with that the figure stops and lifts his head. And you see the gaunt features of a half-elf with a pushback of the hood and an unclasping of the robe. You see that they are wild-eyed, that their hair is a burning red. Like, I don't mean red like red hair, I mean like burning with like energy, hard in some places, but wildly swept back. And they kind of right their posture with the cracking of bones. And they smile really big. "Oh, come now, master," he says in a spiteful tone. "You know exactly what this means." "My name is Arima Oreth, and I have come to challenge the 9 masters and claim what is rightfully mine. The title of Grand Master in all lands."
Does this ring a bell at all to any of us?
If you would like, you can roll history.
Yeah,
it'll be high. It'll be a hard one.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Oh my god.
My character sheet is so broken.
She reads
Your
a lot of books.
Your rolls have also been on fire.
Yeah, let's go.
Really good.
Keep going. Keep going.
I got 17 on my history.
Hey, good number.
I agree.
I got an 18, but I'll let that. I assume the 20 is
18?
the 20 is probably what we're going for. Yeah.
20 is what it called for. Most of you haven't heard this name. Almost in like a "he who must not be named" type joint. You know, Kavita, that this figure is like the secret shame of the temple, that someone who was trained here did bad things and by all counts was struck down. So even with what you know, even with a natural 20 or a not natural 20, this person shouldn't be alive. Arima Oreth, the half-elf monk of the open hand.
I got a question.
What's up?
You shouldn't be alive. So, what's all this about?
I shouldn't. I shouldn't be alive.
Well, that was my understanding from the books, but I mean, the books could be wrong.
Books.
Old books.
What dictates whether or not someone should or shouldn't be alive is how strong they are, what they can endure, and what they are willing to put back out. I have traveled far to learn what I know now. And what I know now is that the Temple of the Nine Masters isn't here to educate or enlighten those who pursue the martial arts. It is here to hold them back. They forbid art. Tell me, in your books, did you read of the lost styles? The path of the tranquil, the path of the long death, the path of the living weapon.
Well, they were
the way of the mind, the way of the ascendant dragon. All of these styles forbidden here, or simply ignored and set aside. 9 masters. There are hundreds of masters, and in a time when they were all allowed to express themselves, there was always one who would best them all. And that one has returned in me. For I have found masters that do not impede my journey. What say you? The Iron Abbess steps ahead and says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't teach you not what you wanted, but what you should have learned from me. And I'm sorry that instead of trying to correct you, I tried to strike you down. And I'm sorry that in my effort to strike you down, I didn't complete it. Arima smiles again. Good technique with your staff. I don't know if you've heard, but it is the first and last weapon that the path of the open hand is taught. You've learned the first clearly. Can I show you the true last?
You can try.
Good. Stand aside. I'm going to kill the 9 masters and burn this temple to the ground. I do not practice the way of mercy, so this is foreign to me. Everything I've ever gotten, I've gotten by cutting down those that stand before me, but the masters are all I care about now. So this is the one mercy I will extend you. Get out of my way. Save those who choose to flee. Save as many as you can from the flames. I will only tell you once.
Bush
With that,
to
all of
everyone.
the disciples around are, some are like young and scared and like standing back, and others are standing up, of all styles, getting ready to fight.
Mike's taking a deep drink from Alice as he walks up and stands next to Bush Kenny. Puts the cap back on and crosses his arms.
Hold. I have a proposition.
A game.
A challenge.
Go on.
You let everyone go. Everyone. All the masters, all the students, every single person. Except for us 4.
Who are you for? Putting on parlor tricks with what should be masterful art.
Oh, you're about to find out.
Very well. Addendum. The peons and weaklings can go. The masters stay. When I'm done with you, I will cut them down as well.
Yeah, we'll see about that, big guy.
So be it. This will be your final demonstration. This is the staff of mad devils. Are you prepared?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Are you?
Round 1.
Everyone roll in initiative.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh, there's the money rolls.
Oh, fucking finally. It's a 20 for me. Not, it's a dirty 20, but it's a 20.
Let's see here. Okay, let's see.
That
So,
20 plus 3, 23. Woo, woo!
Hell yeah.
Nat 24 Kavita.
Plus 3, 23.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Must be nice.
Listen,
22 for Dashik.
I built a character that was a jack of all trades, and she's really good at it.
I mean,
At this point, I feel like the skills on your sheet mean nothing, and
Yeah.
and it's like it doesn't matter if every roll's 20.
the dice are just like.
You should see my sheet. I will send it to you afterwards. It's kind of ridiculous.
I can't wait.
Who didn't roll a 20 in this group?
I don't know what the sheet rolled.
What
No,
did
22.
everyone else get?
Oh,
22?
also a 22. Oh my god!
We just all erupt into the air and descend.
Yup.
Okay. Between Bush Kenny and Dashik, which of you has the higher dex?
Bush, I'm pretty sure.
Mine's 20.
Mine's 18.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then we are in order. I'll have you know that Arima only rolled a 13. He was not necessarily prepared for how eager these disciples would be to die.
Or he's letting us get the first shot.
I was gonna say in before Arima rolled a 2 though, like.
Yeah. Oh man, a 2. Good thing I got a plus 4.
I didn't say. I didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
Okay.
That's good. All right. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see here. Okay. Kavita, you go first. What is your first action against Arima?
Okay. Oh my goodness. You would think I'm thinking as fast as I can. Do. Please have the hold music play while I think. Because there's just so many options. You know how many options there are? So much going on here. Y'all are great. I love y'all so much. Okay, let's go with a Dissonant Whispers.
Tell me more.
As my attack. Kavita takes a stance. She does. But instead of moving from that stance, she just speaks. And she, well, in this case, she whispers, and it's a melody that she whispers, and no one else can hear it. No one else can hear the horrible things that she is saying, but Arima definitely can, and she is promising to strike Arima down, because if it wasn't done the last time, it damn well better be done this time. And that is.
So, tell me how the spell works, please.
You whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking with terrible pain. The target must make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And is this to be charmed or frightened or paralyzed?
If you fail, you take 3d6 psychic damage and must immediately use your reaction if available to move as far as you can away from me.
Okay. So it's not really any of those.
No, it's just you get frightened and run away. The DC is 15.
Okay. Wisdom. Okay, so you see Arima as you assume a stance.
Yep.
And you see just the waves of your whispers that no one else can hear narrow down again into his mind, and he I didn't come here for a debate. Next.
Oh shit.
What is the rest of your action?
On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away.
Okay. How much?
3d6 of damage. Let me roll that. Boop, boop, boom. So I rolled an 11, so half of an 11.
Okay. It's half of 11
I can't
anymore.
Sure, right?
5.5. We're gonna round that up, so he takes 6.
And then for my bonus action, I will do creature other than yourself within 60 feet that hears or gains an inspiration die. Yeah, I want to do a bardic inspiration. I'm just trying to decide who.
On who?
Yeah. Is there anyone who's particularly keen for a bardic inspiration?
Everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do forget.
Yes. Okay. Sure. We'll give it to Kenny.
Okay. Kenny,
Which
you got that. Bardy E. Let's go.
For 10 minutes, you can add to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. It can be added after the seeing of the roll, but not before knowing the outcome.
Gotcha.
Excellent. Okay.
And I
up
think
next.
that's all I can do.
Okay.
Oh, I was just saying that.
Up next, Bush Kenny.
Okay.
What is your action?
My action is going to be I'm going to attack, and then I'm going to flurry of blows, attack again, spending a key point.
Okay. Roll, please.
Yep. I'm sorry, I need to actually get my attacks. That is a 19.
Okay.
That is a 20.
Uh-huh.
And that is I am going to add, what is your Bardic Inspiration dice? Kavita?
Sorry? I totally spaced. I didn't realize you were asking me a question.
That's okay. What was your Bardic Inspiration dice? How much am I rolling?
That's a good question. Where do I find that information? Oh, 1d6.
1d6, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna use the inspiration right now.
Go for it. Do it.
That is 4 plus 12 and 6, so 18.
18. Okay, all three are hits.
Excellent. Now I would like to say that I am using the quarterstaff. He wanted the demonstration, so total that 11, 17 minimum, and a 9. So 26 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn.
Jesus.
Okay. Excellent. So here's how you flavor the description of monk attacks. When you fly out with your staff, each mechanical hit, because you attack 3 times, appears like 2 or 3 hits, right? So this becomes a clashing of stabs that you then divert around and strike. You move his staff out of the way and use hand and foot to get in on weak spots. You surprise him with the level of skill that you're at, and strike him hard.
The way that I imagine Kenny fighting, just as a note, I'll try to flavor it going forward. Definitely is. I took the like grappler and athlete type feats. So like I watched 36 Return to the 36th Chamber, and I took huge inspiration from like the Master Sante teaching. So it's a lot of binding. It's a lot like I'll catch the staff like in the elbow and then like hit him around the back. I'm gonna like catch his leg with the back of my knee, push in elbow to the head. It's gonna be a lot of like bind the leg, push him into a disadvantage position. It's gonna be flurry of hit, wrap around his body, hold the staff to his neck, force him down. A lot of binds, strikes, close, CQC, immobilize his limbs in order to strike harder.
And you just lay in. He's trying to like hit you and counter, boom, 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 and you boom, boom, boom. And as he like almost like reels back, are you done your turn?
That's action and bonus action. I'm keeping my reaction.
Okay. As you lay that last strike in, he plants the iron rot staff to keep himself up, and then without moving from his like leaned back spot, lifts the staff up over his head and like crooked back in like a mad style that like no like regular practitioner would be able to hold themselves up in. Spins that staff and brings it down on your head with a hellish rebuke.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
It's
need
all
you to
making
make-
sense now.
I need you to make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw, please.
That's my best one. I don't make it. I rolled a 10.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh shit.
So that was a failed save. I need
Failed
you to
save.
take. I won't roll. I'll use the static thing only because I don't know if I have that many. Actually, no, I do have that many D10s. Let's go.
Many.
I don't. That's upsetting. That's upsetting.
So alarming.
Oh no.
Well, there's a reason there's only one combat in the adventure, and it's because we're not going to survive it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Please take 18 points of fire.
Yeah.
As it doesn't strike you, it just like whooshes in front of you, and a gout of flame cuts into you hard.
Yeah, Kenny tries to block with the staff, trying to cut the flame in half, and I eat it scorched.
And he spins his staff around, and he's holding it out, still perched, leaned back, standing on one foot and smiling. Dashik, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, so Dashik is going to start running towards the combat, and as the somatic component of his spell, as the verbal component of his spell, as he starts to run, as he starts to travel across the ground, you watch as he slowly begins like a kata as he moves through space, and says,
You entered my home and slander my sensei. Now you bear the mark of the infirm body.
And I will cast Hex. On I'm sorry, what was his name?
Arima. Ahrimah.
Mah. Yeah, and so I choose Constitution as the disadvantage, so he has disadvantage on all Constitution saving throws until I either for a minute or I lose concentration on the spell.
Let's see. Is that a roll that he has to make?
That is
just happening?
It just happens, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is nothing you can do other than a remove curse spell.
That's pretty cool. Okay.
and visually what happens is as Dashik does the kata, there's this like thin gold energy that seems to seep through his hands, and then when he reaches out, it shoots through the air around Bush Kenny and just slowly like starts to constrict around Arimah's body, and it also marks a couple like weak points that like it points it out to Dashik, and he's going to leap in and attack. First attack as he's running, as part of that attack, I will use my divine, what's it called? It's got a cool name. I want to use the cool name. My radiant sunbolt. So yeah, as he throws it out, it becomes just this flow. Like as he finishes the kata and the energy swirls around, this blast of divine energy goes straight over Bush Kenny's shoulder, and hopefully. With a 21, I think hits.
Yeah, it hits.
Nice.
I'm not mad.
What my other d6s? I thought I had a bunch out here. Oh, there it is. 6 plus 4, so he takes 10 points of radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dashik finishes closing the gap, and with his second strike is going to go for one of the weak points.
Did you say 10 points?
10 points of radiant, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
And then the second attack, this one's a melee attack. It's not nearly as good. Is a 16.
Okay. 16 does not hit.
Yeah.
But that curse certainly does, and the first radiant sunbolt does as it splashes like the radiant energy over him, and like almost burns a bit more. Just. How far are you away from him? You had to come in close for the melee, right?
Yeah, so I launched the radiant bolt, and then as he was getting hit with that, I went for just a straight like gut punch, and I guess I missed.
So as you go in for the gut punch, he pulls his stomach in farther than any humanoid person should be able to, and with just a swivel of his hips, like almost like with his like chi, like pushes your hand back, and that sets you off balance just enough for him to swing his staff in a way where you feel like he's going to come down on you like this, but instead he spins it around, like almost like a lacrosse player or a hockey player that's like that jukes their hit. This is a very unpredictable style. This is the Mad Devil's Strike.
Cool.
Does 24 hit?
You said 20. Yeah, that hits.
Okay, just checking.
If it starts with a 2, the answer is yes.
Not a turtle, not a forge cleric. Yeah. Kid bonk.
Not a blade singer wizard with like
yeah.
Okay, let's see here.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, okay, and then okay. So please take 20 points of fire damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw DC 17.
May I use my reaction?
You may, if you
I
have
use my reaction to cast Absorb Elements Fire.
Very good. Very good.
Yes.
Yeah, that time in the Feywild doing me real right now.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, con save. What was it? Sorry.
DC.
Oh well, that's plenty
17.
good. That's 20.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So you, like, this burning hits you, and it rings through your body like a resounding bell almost. You managed to stave off, what is it, like half of the
Half the
burning
fire
effect?
damage. Yeah.
And like that vibration that rolls through your body, you are able to like harness that as well and not feel the dark effects of that thing.
Okay.
And he Mike, it is your turn.
All right. So with one final tentative measured sip from Alice, Mike hits the perfect equilibrium that the Brewer's Fist adherents seek, using a turn of phrase from Canadian icons, the Trailer Park Boys. I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, and I'm drunk enough to really enjoy doing it. I'm not on top of the liquor. Am the liquor.
He is the liquor.
So Mike is going to enter a frenzy.
Okay.
So his frenzy begins, and then I will rush in like a hockey scrum and begin my attack.
Excellent.
So I will first do an unarmed strike, and then I will spend a key point to flurry of blows. And so, I'm sorry. Do I roll each attack individually, or do I roll one for all three?
You would roll each attack individually. Crunchier system, you see.
Interesting. Let's
one roll for losers.
You know how it is. Well, that's a 1. That first one's a straight up 1.
Okay.
So let's call that a miss.
We will call that a miss. That is so devastatingly failing that it will afford him an attack of opportunity against you. But because you are rolling all of your attacks at once, you will continue to roll those attacks.
The second one is a 20.
That hits. Is it natural?
No, dirty 20.
Okay, cool.
And then the final one is a 14.
That does not hit.
Yeah, not so good. I will roll my damage, which is I get a +2 for my my rage, which means I deal a whopping 10 damage.
Okay.
What a turn!
Honestly, it's been relatively consistent with everyone else's turn. He takes that hit, like you miss one and it feels like a feint, and you just wallop him in the chin. He wasn't expecting that, but he smiles at it as you come in for a third. That does not hit him at all. He just ducks out of the way.
Mm-hmm. Mike, very unserious, without the coolness of his compatriots, just goes, "Stop moving around so much." He's just swinging. Come here.
Actually, hold on. He doesn't afford an attack of opportunity against you because he already spent his reaction
using Hellish Rebuke.
Rebuke, so he does not get that. And for that, that is a good thing. He does, however, have legendary actions that he can take still.
Cool.
Is it the end of your turn?
I believe so. I entered a rage, which was my bonus action. Frenzy doesn't actually take account until next turn. Yep, that's it.
Okay. Then he, as his legendary action.
Oh, I was unable to do one of those things because I was corrected. Flurry of Blows and Rage are both bonus actions.
Oh, okay.
So I cannot do both of those things.
Which one would you like to keep?
I'll keep the Flurry of Blows, and I will enter a Rage next turn because I was barely even able to touch that guy.
Okay.
So
All good.
Mike's just going to be extra mad at the beginning of his next turn.
Okay, cool.
What the hell is this shit? Come here.
Get over here, you little shit. And as you strike miss, he is simply going to jump up in the air, almost like a straight bar, like vertically, arms out like an iron cross, and flip back with his legendary action, Hell Stride. He leaps back 20 feet and does not provoke an opportunity attack from you at all. There's almost like a burning ember and ash from his jump as he jumps back. And he goes, not bad. Not bad at all. But now, it is my turn. He taps his staff once on the ground, and it begins to illuminate with burning infernal script on it that leaves a ring like of burning where it struck in the stone. On his other side, it leaves a ring of burning, and on the third, behind him, it leaves a ring of burning, and those rings begin to glow brighter and brighter and hotter, and the smell of sulfur hits all of you at the same time. And he says, "Let me show you the true power of the Mad Devil's Staff." And from those burning circles, gouts of flame appear up and out. And you see appear from the gouts of flame 3 fiends floating in the air just slightly above and around Arima. These are the hellish masters. You see one is veiled in silk with legs that taper down into a wisp of ash and smoke and sulfur, with 6, maybe 8, maybe 4 arms, you're not sure. And it's burning bright eyes from underneath the silk veil over its face, but you do see its teeth wider than any smile should be. You see one of the devils is just an amalgamation of heads, each of them bearing a very stoic and contemplative expression. All of them looking in different directions. A mound of heads that curls up in a asymmetrical pattern, a face in its shoulder, faces in the abs, and just wisping down into a veil of crimson silk that keeps it afloat. All eyes turn to you. And then the last is a bulbous figure with a very wry smirk on its face, with a big central eye in its head, and human eyes here and here, and then all across its bulbous form and body, eyes, just eyes everywhere. A sash hides its legs, pinned in with cast iron pitons into its flesh, and it holds itself aloft with a crooked wooden cane. And again, all of those eyes look at the four of you, and he says, "From the pits of Avernus, I have mastered the will of dark dexterity, infernal intelligence, and wicked wisdom. We shall continue our fight, but there's work to be done yet." And with that, these three fiendish figures start to scatter out into the temple. We are back at the top with Kavita.
Hashtag uh-oh. Also, I think, just to add flavor text, because it's Kavita, I think she, like, sees these three masters, and, like, her reaction is just, ew.
Very
good reaction. Solid reaction.
That is accurate.
Like, I did not want to stomp on your moment because it was epic as hell, but also, she just kind of looks at it and goes, ew. Goodness golly gracious me. This is so much. I will hold my reaction for now because I will save it for later. But I will. I shall.
Actually, just before you take your action, I will give one action to the 9 masters as a collective. Okay. They see the devils scatter out, and 8 of the 9 of them go, "Oh no," and they begin to, like, jump. They spring into action. Karga, the 4 elements chef, pulls out of his apron a cleaver that shouldn't be able to be hidden behind an apron, and leaps after one. Shadow Master number 1, you know, is there because all the masters are supposed to be there. You never see them. The Radiant Master, the Broom Master, they both spring into action. All of them except for the Iron Abyss, who stays with the 4 of you, staring intently at Arima. And he says, "That's enough, Arima!" And he says, "No, this is just the beginning." Kavita.
All right.
Your action, please.
I think it's time for some vicious mockery. How about that?
Okay.
Because dude's a piece of shit, and she's just gonna tell him that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like it's like she'll be a little bit more like colorful in her verbiage than that, but dude's a piece of shit. I
don't think you have to change a thing. That was excellent.
So that means you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw DC 15.
Wisdom saving throw DC 15. Okay. To what effect?
Or you will take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll at the end of your next turn. Or else.
Rolled a 15.
Oh, meets it beats it, right?
That's how it goes.
Yep. It must succeed or take. So okay, I don't think you get anything. I think you just survive and you don't have to. Is how I've understood that. But as her bonus action, she will use unsettling words, which is a use of my bardic inspiration. You will roll 1d6, and you must subtract that number from the next saving throw you make.
Okay, cool. I rolled a 6. Motherfucker.
You rolled
okay.
a 6. So subtract a 6 next time from
that
your
is
next.
excellent. Yeah.
And I will
Very
hold
good.
my reaction until I see something happen. I'm gonna sit tight. Cool. I'm done.
Awesome. Harima, at the end of your turn, will not do anything.
Oh. I don't like that.
Kenny, it is your turn.
How far away is he from me?
You were just in the tangle and throws with him, and he jumped back 20 feet, so he's 20 feet ahead of you.
Then I'm just gonna move right at him and continue the onslaught. He's got to take it. Staff is like flung out behind me, and I just sprint and then launch into another flurry of blows. I'm going to just keep the pressure on. Somebody's got to keep hitting them. I also forgot I missed an attack last turn. I have 2 attacks regularly, and then flurry of blows adds 2.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. I will give you an extra attack this turn as well to compensate for that.
Okay. We will. That's a nat 20. And the other attack is a 22.
So my nat 20 for this one shot will be grand total doubled.
Grand total doubled? Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. And then another 2 attacks.
Let's go,
Yeah, let's do it. That is a 20 and a miss. You said 15 missed on the one attack last time, correct?
15 missed on the last one.
Okay, and that is another miss.
The AC is a good number.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. Okay, 3 hits, one of them is a crit. The grand total for that attack, right?
The grand total for that attack times 2.
Okay, gotcha. That is 11. That is 17, and then we'll do the crit. That's max damage on the crit. That is so 11 double 22 and 7. That's
Kenny.
Yeah. So that's what 30. Wait, 17 and 22. I'm sorry, I'm having a 39.
Yes.
Yeah,
Whoa.
30.
So for a total of 39.
Yeah. I sprint up and immediately just start smacking his staff as hard as I can to try to wring his hands, wear him down, and I will spin back across his back and just launch the back end of my staff into his head. I punish his legs as he tries to move out of the way. Any single movement that he has, he's either bound or struck. And then I will, for the nat 20, I press my foot down, plant clean on the staff that he's been tormenting us with, just pushing it out of the way for any defense. And then I just hammer home the quarterstaff that my master gave me just right into the center of his Adam's apple, as hard as I can.
Amazing. So it's just this brilliant flurry of attacks. Each time he comes to bring his staff up, you just bring it down and then hit him again, and you with your foot. That slow-mo. That was a magnificent turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you what happens now, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you making an attack roll?
Yes, I am. Please make.
Okay, hold on. Hold
Don't
on.
forget the -6 to. Oh no, that's a -6 to
your next
ability
saving
checks.
throw.
My next
let me-
saving throw.
Let me double check that for you. You are going to take a from your next saving throw. However, you said you're making an attack roll, right?
Yes. It is a hellish rebuke, so it isn't either. It is a spell-like effect where he will make a dexterity save.
Damn. Okay, it's yeah. It needs to be an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. Okay, I will sit tight.
Okay. But I know that you got that in your pocket. Let's see. I need you to make a DC 17 saving throw again, please.
Dexterity?
Yes, please.
Yep.
Come on, Bush Kenny.
Gotcha. Yeah, 27.
Excellent. Okay, that's gonna come in handy.
Whoa!
If this is a damage-based roll, I take no damage. I have evasion.
Oh, monk 7.
I took 7 levels of monk.
Right. That's right. So should I even roll? You know?
Kenny. Bush Kenny.
I'm going to for the flavor. That's very important to know. So as he gets hit in the throat, that spittle that comes out, and his throat, it like explodes into a bubble that starts to glow, and he coughs out a gout of hellish flame at you that you just duck out of the way of. You got hit with the first one. The next one ain't no thing. Is your turn done?
My turn is done. I definitely
Okay.
want to dodge by like leaning back on my staff and just like and supporting right down to like the inch.
Okay. Almost like mirroring his style.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And with that, he will also, as you duck out of the way, he's also going to take a legendary action with the Mad Devil Strike against you. He doesn't like you, I don't think.
Yeah.
No way, the student of his old master? He has got a problem?
Just feeding him? Who's
in, in a kung fu movie? What? It's like, hey, you wouldn't happen to be the
no!
Don't worry, they're just used for beheading tigers. Unless you are a tiger, you're perfectly safe.
That took me a minute to hit because I was reading abilities here.
God, thank God, because I was like, I think that's a pretty good joke. Nothing? All right.
Oh, that was really good. It was very good.
You had your chance.
Does 23 hit?
Hell yeah, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Is that an attack roll?
This is an attack roll. So
So I
that's
get to
minus. Does
Nope.
17 hit?
No, that's not how that works. Elaine, that's
Sorry,
not how that
how
works.
does it work? How does it work?
That's
It's
that was
minus
for-
6 to the attack roll?
that was different. That was different. That was
sorry.
different.
Okay,
Something
okay,
else.
sorry, please.
More bard
So, yes.
stuff.
This is more bard stuff. Because for my reaction, if he's making an attack roll, I will cast silvery barbs.
Oh, that disadvantage.
Excellent. Tell me how that spell works, please.
So you magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. And then I will choose a different creature that I can see within range, and that chosen creature has advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within 1 minute.
Okay.
So take the lower roll. I don't like that I have to think about this so much.
I'm just bad at math. It's fine.
Oh,
I picked up the D20. I'm like, I'm trying to backtrack and figure out what the roll was.
I see. Sorry.
No, I got you. So that roll was 14. This roll is 10. Does 19 hit?
19 does hit. Yep.
Okay.
Damn.
Excellent use of silvery barbs, but this guy is a beast.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2. Yes.
I will also give advantage to whoever is next on the initiative.
That's this guy.
Hey!
So please take 7 points of fire damage from this mad devil strike as he comes in with almost like an iron palm / claw, and comes in and hits you with a burning strike in your ribs. You need to make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw also.
Oh, jeez.
I don't make it. I rolled a 7.
Okay, you are both as this burning infernal strike hits you. It also sends a resounding reverberation through your body. This one like, and like your ears are filled with this like ringing infernal bell. Your frontal lobe, your sinuses, your eyes, all of this. You are both deafened and stunned until the start of Arima's next turn.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Dashik was already. If it's my turn,
it is your turn.
Dashik, as everything was happening, was already running, and then watched the fire gout pour over, and then watched Arima just clock Kenny. He's going to jump over. And he's just going to, and as he leaps into the air, he's going to spin down and bring a sick heel hook right to the back of Arima's head.
Is that a standard physical attack, or does it burn with radiant energy?
This one is just physical, straight like.
Okay.
Dashik's a little mad.
Make your roll, because Arima, as his palm comes back with ash and burning flesh from Bush's side, looks from his palm and up at this spinning heel coming down on him.
So it's a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hit. Fuck you.
I have advantage, right?
You had advantage on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's
spectacular.
Yeah.
Good.
Damn right, you had advantage.
Damage. 9 points of bludgeoning damage with the kick, and then I'm going to use a key point for stunning strike. That is a Constitution saving throw. He's at disadvantage. He's got disadvantage and -6 to this roll.
Now, do I have to add the -6 to this shit?
Is it a saving throw? Yes.
It's a saving throw. Okay.
Hex doesn't give disadvantage on saving throws. It's just ability checks.
Oh, it's ability checks? I'm so sorry.
So
no
it's
disadvantage. My apologies.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so have you rolled the damage on that hit?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
9. 9 bludgeoning.
9.
Wow. Ability checks. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's not a saving throw at all. That would make Hex too good.
And I need to roll a for stunning strike. What is it? Con? Yeah, con.
Con save. Yeah.
Con save -6.
Why do I have to beat?
You have to beat a 15.
Okay.
Oh.
It's either really good or really bad.
I rolled 15, and with the math involved, it's a -2.
Oh! Yeah, brother.
Oh! Let me turn on my kettle here. I'm sorry. I've got to have this second beer.
Yeah.
Good job, team.
Well done.
I gotta play a monk more often.
Synergy.
As I stun him, I guess till the start of my next round. Can I take a real quick look now that I know he's stunned at the temples? Like, is the temple okay? Like,
I won't even make you roll perception for this at all. The temple is in chaos in the way that people are running around, but also you are starting to see plumes of smoke coming from a number of the houses. It does not look good.
As Dashik sees the smoke start to rise, he is for the first time in a long time going to let go. He is going to let go of his restraint, and he is going to lean into his divine heritage a little bit, and I'm going to use my bonus action to activate Radiant Consumption.
What does that do?
So as Dashik lands the kick, looks frantically to the temple and sees it start to like light on fire. He sees his home starting to burn. And he looks at Arima and he goes,
"You push my capacity for constraint too far."
And the scar that like burns just around his eye then fractures across all of Dashik's skin, and this burning cracks splays all the way across his face, and this like golden light starts to break through and shine through. Golden light pours out of his eyes and his mouth, and everything in a 10-foot radius, including me, every turn is going to take 4 points of radiant damage. And every strike I make, the first strike that I do each turn that does damage deals radiant damage on top of it equal to my my level, which is 7. Yeah. And so Dashik just lets out like a gross roar, and he just goes,
"You will know my divine fury."
As he makes his second attack of the round, and let's hope it hits. Oh, okay, so that's a nat 19, so 26.
Woohoo!
Yeah, that hits.
One shot's got to end sometime, Alain.
So
are you sweating, Alain?
Alain's been talking about how strong monks are forever, and now he's reaping that.
I will say this. Arima looks bad. He looks incredibly hurt. He has dealt his fair share of damage, and he is sown chaos upon the temple for which he has so much spite. His HP is currently at 9.
So
what are you about to do?
As Dashik's body erupts and this glowing light unfolds, I deal more than 9 damage. With 9 points of bludgeoning and an additional 7 points of radiant damage. Dashik is now behind the stunned form. Oh, I have advantage on him because he's stunned. Let's just
roll the roll. What are we doing even?
I just like to roll. Yeah, he's going to kind of make almost like, just a straight chop. And as he does, this radiant energy kind of coalesces around his hand specifically. And kind of like a Vegito spirit sword from Dragon Ball Z, the key extends out and he just...
It's not a perfect angle.
Mm-hmm.
But it is an incredibly clean cut. As what normally would be bludgeoning and burning turns into the most elegant slash. And Arima is snapped out of his stunned state. And he says, well, the sound of separating a man's head from his body in the perfect way should sound like the wind going through the leaves of a forest ready for autumn. I yearned to hear it, but for it to be my own head is ridiculous. And his head falls back off of his body. He collapses to the ground. And the staff stays perfectly upright as his body starts to turn to ash. And those ashes rush into the staff. I'm going to make some very quick rolls now. Okay. 3 of the 9 great halls are burnt down in the ensuing infernal fireball that emanates from this staff. I need everyone to make me a DC 17 dexterity save.
Oh, sheet.
$16.
11.
Dexterity 18.
Okay.
24.
Okay.
Nice.
Bush Kenny.
Bush Kenny.
I Bush Kenny. I chose to be good at all the monk things.
That's
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. That's very reasonable.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Is it you? Yes, it's you. Oh, that is most fortuitous, or most auspicious, I guess I'll say. 17 points of fire for everyone. Or half as much if you succeed, or if you're a monk with evasion, you take none, or just half. As this gout of flame emits from this staff, blowing standers-by back, engulfing many of the halls in flame. The rest, the ones that haven't completely burnt down, are starting to catch a light. You see the 3 hellish masters look out at the flame as they begin to get sucked back into it. They swirl around it, and the staff begins to descend into a fiery pit and far, far away. The Temple of the 9 Masters is standing, scarred heavily, but still standing. The damage that was done here cannot be ignored or forgotten. The Silver Needle Temple in particular, the house that held a number of the collections of magical items and tomes and scrolls and manuals, suffered severe damage. Many of the items were lost or gone in the flames. But the four of you are still alive. All 9 of the masters are still alive.
Oh.
I rolled a 9. Exactly 9.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that this is far from over. That when someone who has devoted themselves to the hells returns to the hells, eventually they come back. Sometimes they come back weaker. Other times they come back immensely stronger. But the one thing that does not subside is their anger, their ire, and their thirst for violence and vengeance. For now, this is the end of this story of the Temple of the 9 Masters. As you look around at the temple around you, what do each of you do in the immediate time?
Bush Kenny is going to spit blood onto the ground, wipe it off of his face, check the wound on his side. He's going to take a very deep breath, center himself, pull together, and heal through the wholeness of body.
Okay.
And then I go and check on the rest of my companions here. I look around. Are they hurt? Can I help?
There are those who are hurt. There are none who are beyond help.
If I may,
Yes.
that just feels like Kavita's cue. Not even gonna lie. And I think she peels herself off the ground. It's kind of like, ow, dusts herself off, and similarly joins Kenny. Is clearly warming up her healing skills, and it's like, all right, what do we need to do? Full triage mode. Has gone full nurse. We'll support. We'll heal. Whatever she got to do to help. Patch things up.
Both you and your master are you're running around and helping and healing. Your master is literally flying around. With each space that they land, all 4 of their hands heal, and then fly away.
Yeah.
There are, again, a lot who are hurt, either from direct combat or the falling of the temple, but there are none who you cannot help here. This feels less like a true attempt to fell the temple, and more like a shot across the bow for things to come. Even though you saved everyone here, you cannot help but feel that. Dashik, what do you do in the immediate time?
Dashik, still glowing, immediately after, walks over to the trail, or the trail of the disciple, the edge, to the cliff edge. Sits there, crosses his legs, and tries to regain his composure. Takes a few deep breaths and just watches across the mountains until eventually the glow subsides and his scarred flesh remains, but like the gaping cracks and holes kind of revert back to just this scar over his eye.
Okay. As you bring yourself back to center, you feel a small but very firm hand on your shoulder, that of your master, the radiant Phoenix, who looks at you. The light in his eyes dimmed slightly from his efforts facing a devil. But he nods at you, not in some overbearing sense of approval, but just he's happy that you're okay.
Share that look and that solemn nod just a little bit, but doesn't say anything. Just turns back to look out over the mountains. Appreciates the check-in, but just has too much on his mind right now.
Okay.
Yeah, he's if anybody would like to view into Dashik's mind, he's just thinking he's been all over, at least a good chunk of the world now, traveling and keeping his composure, and the only thing that was able to break him was this place. And there's a certain irony to him.
Mike Darkforge, Junior.
Mike Darkforge is my father, please.
Call me Mikey.
Mr. Darkforge is my father.
What do you do in the aftermath? As I will say that the chef's hall that shares a building with the broom and the master's hall, the chef's hall burned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike spent enough time in places like this to know that as much as the temple is about training and discipline and the perfection of mind and body, the places where people gather are the real hearts of places like this and the real heart of society. And seeing the temple attacked like this at a time when he came here newly divorced, boiling with anger, only seeing his son every couple weekends.
You and Abdul are the same.
I'm trying to temper it, but I just remembered that I'm playing a newly divorced retired sergeant.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
I remember Abdul also playing a recent divorcee. I was like, something sounds familiar here.
We think divorce is really funny.
Share podcast. It's
yeah.
I knew what was happening when
yeah.
Check out the Speller podcast for more jokes about divorce. And seeing this place, he takes a deep drink from the flask and tastes the brew that Master Honeymead prepared for him, and tastes the note of challenge and continuance, the feeling of putting one foot in front of the other, surviving and enduring, and rushes off to help to prepare the temple for what's going to come.
You can't help but taste the notes of that thing, and with the tiredness that you have from the affair ahead, just take an extra sip. You know that this flask is endless.
Mm-hmm.
And even if the best journeys come to an end, the stories hopefully outlast those. Today you heal and rest. Tomorrow you may rebuild, but the day or the week or the month after that, you know, all four of you know, that you're going to have to go and find Arima to finish the work that your masters could not, that you could not this time. And it's those words that the Nona is uttering to herself as she stares into her teapot that is glowing with energy, watching the four of you. When she gets a knock at the door, she stands up and opens it, and she sees a very frightened disciple. Says, "This is for you." And she gets a sweet cake in hand and says, "Thank you. Perhaps you should stay here tonight. You will have much work to do when the sun comes up again." And we're going to end it there.
Wonderful. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Very, very much. The Temple of the Nine Masters is a concept that I've had from the very first D&D character I ever played. A lot of the foundations of it comes from every monk I've ever played, which is a lot. And it was a true joy to get to do it here for this magnificent row of players on this magnificent channel. Speaking of players, let's please say one more time who you are and where the good folks at home can find you. We will start with Dashik.
Hi. My name is Lane. I was playing the ASMR Sun Soul Monk. Thank you so much for watching. That was so much fun. You can find me on Another World is where I play. You can find me at Randolph's Grey Tales on Instagram. I don't know. I'll catch you around.
Sick. Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Followed up next by the indomitable Bush Kenny.
Bush Kenny. What's up, everybody? I'm Storydad. I'm the showrunner and head GM producer for Another World Tabletop. We play TTRPGs. We run some video games and stuff like that. We tell stories all over the space as much as we can. We come together with awesome folks like this to, tell stories with people that we don't usually tell stories with. You can find us at twitch.tv/Another World Tabletop. Another World Tabletop is our handle on all the social medias. We upload our VODs on YouTube and stuff. And hit us up every week.
Amazing. And followed, of course, next by Mike Darkforge Jr.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sean O'Hara. I played Mike Darkforge Jr., the Path of the Berserker Barbarian / Drunken Master Monk. If it wasn't clear that he was a drunken master.
What?
If you can believe it. The main place that you can find me is I'm the GM for a podcast called Spout Lore, which is a collaborative storytelling fantasy RPG dungeon world podcast. Easiest way that I could think to describe it is if the cast of New Girl or American Pie or Superbad were given the task that the Fellowship of the Ring was given. A lot of the three most foolish, hilarious characters you can imagine stumbling through the most important things to ever happen to their world. You could find us at speltlore.com or at speltlore, pretty much anywhere on the internet. Thanks for having me.
That's spell lore?
Spout lore, like water spout.
Thank you.
Yeah, a water spout, and then lore as in lost knowledge.
Awesome. I can't recommend their podcast enough. It is amazing.
It's on the cue card.
Okay. And of course, last but not least, Kavita, tell us who you are and where the good people can find you, please.
Hello. Today I have been playing Kavita, our half-elf bard and monk, who was the School of Eloquence and Way of Mercy, something to that effect. And I thought it was incredible and amazing and epic and fun. You can find me all over the internet and on Twitch at the Leona Maple. You can find everything you might want to know about me at theleonamaple.card.co. I will be streaming on my channel once again on January 24th, doing my once-a-month DEI Q&A thing. I am the person behind Maple Intersectionality Consulting. I live and breathe diversity and inclusion for tabletop RPGs, board games, video games, nerdy shit, what have you. I live to make your world inclusive. I love to serve. There's no question too big or small for me. Yeah. I think find my card. That's probably the best way to figure out what you want to do with me. Anywho, thank you. It's been a damn honor to be here. This was so great. I have never played a monk before, and I'm gonna do it again. Cool. This was great.
Dude,
it
was so
great.
fun playing with
Monks
you.
are cool.
It was so that was awesome.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
This was
I only played monk for a decade. I'm playing a sorcerer now, and even then I'm like, he's treating it like, you know.
I can see it bleed through, like when I'm watching. Like it's right here. Hey,
once it's a part of you, it doesn't go away. I
Bush Kenny.
have Bush Kenny.
Bush Kenny.
I have been your host, dungeon master, and fiendish master of the Mad Devil Staff, which is a style of staff technique that you can learn in the real world kung fu. I promise it is not evil. It is just unpredictable and awesome. You can find me at Quest Keep, where I am a player in the ongoing Altero Eat Slay Love. You can find me as a guest here with Fablemancers. You can find me playing Vampire the Masquerade and other World of Darkness games with Vancouver by Night. And also stay tuned because I'm currently rearranging my whole damn apartment to be able to start 3D printing and painting, doing live streams for that.
Oh,
I'm really looking forward to doing that with everyone. So please stay tuned for that and where you can find that. We are getting ready to raid out. My final thanks to Fablemancers and Another World Tabletop for being such gracious hosts as always. We are raiding out to Adventure Pack. If they are still active, please stay tuned. Let's raid out to them and give them awesome shout outs when we get there and tell them why they should all be playing monks. One more time, thank you to everyone out there. And until next time, safety and peace upon you. Bong bong. Wu-Tang.
For the children.
Everybody.
Peace.
Bye.